The senators will please take their seats. Senators and all in attendance will please stand and be led in prayer by the Honorable Mark D. Obenshain, 33rd Senatorial District. Following the prayer, all will please remain standing and be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Jonathan Palmore, Senior Assistant Clerk for Technology, Senate Clerk's Office.
Good morning. Join me in prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we invite you today into our midst, today and every day. We ask you to help us to commit ourselves to your work and to the good of our Commonwealth and our citizens. We ask you to give us a desire to promote righteousness, things that will honor you and not ourselves. We ask you to help us to cut through hypocrisy and tendencies to make our names known instead of yours. Help us to commit ourselves to honor and to a pure conscience. Give us a spirit of unity, but only with compromises that promote your good. Let wisdom and integrity reign in our lives, and we ask you to protect and guide us in our work and all who work with us. Protect and guide also our families and surround them with your love. I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great job.
The clerk will call the roll. All those in attendance will please record their vote aye. Clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Wednesday, February 24th, 2021.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35, noes 4. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that we waive the reading of communication from the House of Delegates.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 4.
Ayes 34, noes 4. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the governor.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other business to come before the Senate in the morning hour? Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Yeah, Mr. President, just an announcement that we'll be in and out of recess today in order to get all the bills in conference, and actions on bills will be communicated to the House in batches during the day so we can get all the bills in the conference. And if you have a conference committee report, give it to the desk and hold it till Friday so we can focus on getting the bills back and forth today.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise for an announcement.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, 4 weeks ago I announced that we were still raising money for Massey Cancer Center, although we're not having a basketball game this year, and the House declined my invitation for a Trivial Pursuit tournament. I have been collecting checks. You've probably noticed the growing pile on my desk. I have not yet counted them, but I wanted to let you know that from a unique source, I learned of a donation that we're going to receive for $700 in memory of Senator Ben Chafin. This was organized by the legislative aides for Senator McPike and Senator Vogel, and together the legislative aides are going to contribute $700. They did so on one condition, and that is that Senator DeStaff will agree to wear his hair in a mullet at some point before the end of the session. So I don't know. I know it's sort of asking the ultimate sacrifice, but I did want to mention that to the body. And if you have not given me a check yet, and I know a couple of you have donated online, please get it to me. And again, thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Is there any other business to come before the Senate in the morning hour? Seeing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Thursday, February 25th, 2021. Turning to page 11, unfinished business House. House Bill 1900, the House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we insist on our amendment and request a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendment and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 2.
Ayes 35, noes 2. The Senate insists on its amendment and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 2118, the House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
I move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 3.
Ayes 36, noes 3. The Senate insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 1818, the House has acceded to the request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Commerce and Labor, Senator Saslaw, are Senators Servell, Mason, Marsden, and Newman. House Bill 1985, the House has acceded to the request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Commerce and Labor, Senator Saslaw, are Senators Deeds, Norman, and Edwards. House Bill 2032, the House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Commerce and Labor, Senator Saslaw, Senators Lucas, McClellan, and Obenshain. House Bill 2047. The House has acceded to the request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Judiciary, Senator Edwards, are Senator Deeds, McClellan, and Stewart. House Bill 2146. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Transportation, Senator Marsden, are Senators Stewart, Boysko, and Marsden. House Bill 2167. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Favola, are Senators Obenshain, Boysko, and Favola. House Bill 2207. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Commerce and Labor, Senator Saslaw, or Senators Saslaw, Newman, and Barker. House Bill 2321. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of General Laws and Technology, Senator Barker, are Senators Bell, Donovan, and Eben. House Bill 542. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rules, Senator Locke, are Senators Favola, Marsden, and Vogel. We are awaiting House action on the remaining bills in this section. On page 21, unfinished business, Senate. Senate Bill 1119 has passed the House with an amendment.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the body will remember, this is the police body camera bill where the senator from Fairfax, chairman of the finance, made sure that we set this fund up. This just codifies that account, and they put a sunset provision on it just in case if it were to run out of money or it needed more money of 2 years, and I would ask that we accept the House amendments.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1119? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, no 0.
Ayes 37, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Senate Bill 1150 has passed the House with amendments.
Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Kiggins.
Mr. President, I move the amendment be agreed to for Senate Bill 1150.
Senators, the floor.
This is just a technical amendment, and I have no issues with it.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1150? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1150 and the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1160 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Their technical nature, they made reference along the way. Other amendments that were requested, they had typographical error in their amendments, and this corrects that. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1160? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35, noes 4. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1234 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to accept the substitute and speak to the motion.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is Senate Bill 1234, which also happens to be my ATM combination. Pretty cool. Basically, this amendment came over. The substitute was suggested by the Virginia Supreme Court just to put all applicants on an equal basis, which I have no problem with. I think it's a good idea, and so I move that we accept the substitute.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1234? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House substitute. Senator from
Mr. President.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side in which SB 1160 just passed on page 22, I'd ask that we reconsider that vote.
Question is, shall the vote by which the Senate concurred with the House amendments regarding Senate Bill 1160 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? All the senators voted. Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree with the House amendments that it agreed to a few minutes ago.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 6.
Ayes 33, no 6. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1258 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the House amendments be agreed to, and speaking to that.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. What the underlying bill did was allow for localities, a lot of small localities in Virginia, some 66 as I understand it, who didn't have the bandwidth to do the erosion and sediment control planning for a 5 megawatt solar project or larger that would be in their jurisdiction. So we created a couple of positions in DEQ to handle that. And that's not going to be sufficient. So what the House has done here is add a fee for developers not to exceed 62% of the administrative costs to help defray the costs here, because DEQ feels they need 4 positions, not 2, and this will help cover the cost of that and get our solar projects moving. Understand there's already from one individual 40 of these in the queue, and from another 20 from another source. And so let's get this moving, and I think this is a good amendment, and I would urge that we support the House amendments to this bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1258? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 10.
Ayes 28, noes 10. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1266 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the House amendments, and I'd like to speak to that.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, you will recall that this is a bill that eliminates the rebuttable presumption against the posting of pretrial bail bond. And what the House did was simply lay out the factors that a judicial officer has to consider in the decision of whether or not to allow the posting of bond. And frankly, these are the decisions that most judges are going to take into consideration anyway. This is primarily going to benefit magistrates who make the initial decision. Again, I'd ask you to adopt the amendment.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1266? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1303 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we concur with the House substitute and speak to that.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, this is the open school bill that passed out of the Senate earlier this year. And the new language that you see is a substitute that I offered in the House, and a substitute that I believe very much defines what we were all talking about when we were talking about opening schools. So some of the specifics of this legislation are that, number one, it says what in-person education is. And that means that the teacher and the children are in the classroom actually teaching and interacting. It says what in-person instruction is not, which is children in the classroom and with their laptops open, learning virtually with the proctor or somebody else. It goes on to state that the school board will open schools, it will open schools within the language of the Code of Virginia that is essentially full-time or 5 days a week, and that the mitigation strategies laid out by the CDC will be adhered to the maximum extent practicable, but that those mitigation strategies do not prevent the schools from opening. This bill goes on to make sure that our teachers are protected by ensuring they have the opportunity to get the vaccination, that they have the ability to teach from home if they have a medical reason or exception. It allows families to opt out of in-person education and choose virtual education. But it likewise gives guidelines that will be developed by the Department of Education to ensure that those children that choose virtual are actually succeeding, which was an insight we gleaned from our superintendents across the state of Virginia, and bring those children back into in-person or somehow help support them in the home so that they actually do succeed. This bill has a sunset clause of next year. It would go into effect July 1. And Mr. President and members of the body, that is the only flaw with this bill. And our children needed to be in school last fall. We have spent an enormous amount of time discussing the science and the evidence that supports that. And I won't trespass on your time by reiterating that after we had a robust conversation before. But this bill got out of the House with, I believe, 87 votes. It got out of this House with 28 votes. I am hoping and believe it is in the best interest of Virginia that the governor put an emergency clause on this bill and that this would be adopted as the language which he alluded to when he said schools needed to be open on March 15th, because this is what open schools look like. And this is the kind of structure for open schools that ensure we can begin to evaluate our children for the learning loss and the social emotional risk that they've had, the liabilities, all of the detrimental issues that school is the filter for. So I hope, Mr. President, this body will see fit to have more than 28 support this bill today. And I hope that with that vote, the governor will move ahead and send this back to us with an emergency clause. Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I move that we concur with the House substitute.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak very briefly to the motion.
Senator's the floor.
I want to, first of all, thank my colleague from Henrico, who has been a great partner for the past 2 months on this issue. And I want to thank all the groups that participated in this discussion, whether they were pro or con. I mean, I think this is how democracy works. A lot of people had strong opinions. I think the version that came out of the House is actually not only better than what I expected, it was frankly better than what we originally put in, and I thank the House for their help on that. I hope all of us, and we're going to have future discussion on this issue, but I think the bill in front of us, I hope we unanimously support this. Again, as stated right now, it takes effect July 1, but it has some really strong and important definitions on in-person learning, and I think that's a statement that we should make. So again, I congratulate my colleague for her success. I thank the House for their participation, and I suggest we adopt the amendment. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1303? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 3.
Ayes 36, noes 3. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1315 has passed the House with a substitute.
The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move we concur with the House substitute. And speaking to that,
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
thank you, Mr. President. This is the bill that deals with whether evidence of a mental illness, intellectual developmental disability, or autism can be considered in a criminal proceeding, among other things. The House version was just put into conference. We need to put this one into conference. We're still working out the issue around mental illness, and so I ask that we reject the substitute.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1315? Seeing none, and with the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 2, noes 37.
Ayes 2, noes 37. The Senate does not concur with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1329 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the House amendments be agreed to and speaking the motion.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is a bill that if you did not sign a traffic summons, you were to be immediately taken by the arresting officer to a magistrate. And so we thought that was not good in light of all the de-escalation conversations we've been having. The City of Newport News Police Department asked me to do something about it. As it went to the House, there was some concern about not signing them all. So what we did over there was we addressed it so you will continue to sign your traffic summons, but you'll see in your calendar, Mr. President, members, if any person refuses to give such a written promise to appear under the provisions of the section, the arresting officer shall give such person notice of the time and place of the hearing, note to such person's refusal of the written promise to appear on the summons, and forthwith release him from custody. So as a matter of course, Mr. President, we'll still sign the traffic summons. If someone refuses to do so, they'll be put on notice as to when they might appear, and I think this was a very good solution that we worked out in the other chamber, and I ask the members to support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1329? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you. Having voted on the prevailing side by which we rejected the House substitute to Senate Bill 1315, I move we reconsider that vote so that someone can indicate their preference for the Senate position.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the vote by which the Senate did not concur with the House substitute regarding Senate Bill 1315 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The motion is agreed to. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move once again that we, with the recommendation, we reject the House substitute. I move we concur with it, and everyone should indicate their preference for the Senate version.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 39.
Ayes 0, noes 39. The Senate does not concur with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1339 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask this go by temporarily. Speaking to that motion.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the basically the compromise on record sealing. We have not yet acted on the Senate amendments to the House version, which are identical to this, but I think we ought to act on those first before we adopt this, and because I have to explain those. And so I'm just going to ask this go by temporarily so we can act on our amendments to theirs first. Thank you.
Thank the senator. And without objection, Senate Bill 1339 will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 1365 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we concur with the House substitute.
Senator's the floor.
Speaking to that matter, this is the data governance bill and establishing the chief data officer and the data commission that will operate in coordinating data across agencies and across platforms in terms of computers and everything. The House, with work from their staff of the House Appropriations Committee, made some changes to it. Those are acceptable changes and are designed to try to make sure that we continually re-examine things to make sure that we're heading in the right direction, and I would hope it'd be a pleasure to concur with the House substitute.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1365? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1380 has passed the House with a substitute with amendments.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate reject the House substitute and amendments on page 26 and 27, and that we request a committee of conference.
Senator, want to speak to that?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, this is the electric school bus bill. The bill has been amended several times to reduce the number of buses that will be in the project from 1,250 down to 1,000. And Mr. President, as has been explained several times, this bill is to eliminate the carbon emissions in our environment for our students and provide safe transportation. And so with that, Mr. President, I renew my motion to request a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1380? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? And that was with the recommendation that it be rejected. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 39.
Ayes 0, noes 39. The Senate does not concur with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1381 is passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Ebbett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we reject the House substitute. And speaking to that,
Senator, you have the floor.
We have some differences that we need to work out in a conference. The House and the Senate have a difference on the geography of how this should apply, and I think we have a desire to put an exemption in for shooting ranges. And finally, the House did not include explosives. So a few details to work out. With that, again, I renew my motion that we reject the House substitute.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1381? Seeing none, the question is with the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 39.
Ayes 0, noes 39. The Senate does not concur with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1443 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate reject the House substitute.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, we need to put this in conference. So therefore, I move that we reject the substitute.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1443? Seeing none, and with the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 39.
Ayes 0, noes 39. The Senate does not concur with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1468 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to move that we concur with the House amendments and speaking to that motion.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill is the bill that creates a structure for crime victims to get a certification so they can apply for a certain immigration status. The House amendments were requested by the Supreme Court to basically take judges out of the category of being certifying officials. They're probably really just technical in nature, and the bill is otherwise identical to what we passed. I would move that we concur.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1468? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1115. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Reluctantly and with a bit of shame, I stand here and request that we accede to the House request.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The Senate accedes the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources, Senator Peterson, or Senators Ruff, McClellan, and Peake. Senate Bill 1138. The House insists on its amendments and requests a committee of conference.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accede to the request for a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Judiciary, Senator Edwards, are Senators Locke, McClellan, and Serville. Senate Bill 1288. The House insists on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accede to the committee of conference. We are working this one out.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Lucas, of Senators Donovan, Hashmi, and Lucas. Senate Bill 1444. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would move that we accede to their request for committee of conference.
Senator, the question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Privileges and Elections, Senator Deeds, are Senators Saslaw, Deeds, and Suderline. We are waiting House action on the remaining bill. Page 31, uncontested calendar, House bills on third reading.
Senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all House bills on third reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 31 through 38, let's say House Bill 2075 through House Bill 2322, be advanced to their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, and any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the House bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 31 through 38, House Bill 2075 through House Bill 2322, be placed upon their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
House Bill 2075, reported from the Committee on Transportation.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could HB 2075 come out of the block and by for the day?
Any objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Could that bill just go by temporarily?
Substitute motion. Any objection? Do you object? There is an objection. All right, so we will. Senate will stand at ease. seats.
Continuing on page 32. Oh, he's got
Mr. President?
Senator Marsden.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I withdraw my motion on HB 2075 and then have a substitute motion?
Senator, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to withdraw that, and a substitute motion would be out of the block and by temporarily on HB 2075.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, House Bill 2075 will come out of the block and go by temporarily.
House Bill 1750, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with amendment.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just flip forward to this one. House Bill 1750 was the dairy producer margin coverage
On
assistance.
this one, does the Senator just want to move the committee amendment?
I will move the committee amendments. So moved.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted.
House Bill 1855, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources. House Bill 2007, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendment.
Senator from
the
Portsmouth.
Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas. Does the Senator want to move the committee amendments here?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I'm sorry. I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 2017, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with amendments and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the committee amendments be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are adopted.
House Bill 2027, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendments and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Mr. President, oh, I'm sorry.
Does the Senator want to move to reject the committee amendments in order to get to the substitute?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I move that the committee amendments, with the recommendation that the committee amendments be rejected, I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall, and with the recommendation that they be rejected, the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee amendments are rejected. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2124, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendment.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Move the amendment be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 2129, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
House Bill 2191, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
House Bill 2203, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with amendment, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment, and they are in conflict.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Could House Bill 2203 come out of the block and by temporarily?
Without objection, House Bill 2203 will be removed from the block and will go by temporarily.
House Bill 2322, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. And there is a floor amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Could House Bill 2322 come out of the block before we vote on the floor amendment?
Without objection, House Bill 2322 will be removed from the block. Question is, shall the House bills pass in a block? That is all bills except for House Bills 2075, 2203.
Mr. President.
The junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
On page 36, could House Bill 2129 come out of the block, please?
Without objection, House Bill 2129 will be removed from the block.
Mr. President, on page 30,
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D-Step.
on page 32, can House Bill 1855 come out of the block?
Without objection, House Bill 1855 will be removed from the block.
Mr. President,
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
I am sorry, but I think there are some amendments that did not get on House Bill 2027. Could that come out of the block and go by temporarily as well?
What page is that on, Senator?
Mr. President, that's on page 34.
2027. Without objection, House Bill 2027 will be removed from the block.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Who do we? Oh, sorry, a junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one last. Page 35, House Bill 2124, if that could come out of the block, please.
Without objection, House Bill 2124 will be removed from the block. Any other senators wish to remove any bills from the block? I think the senator, the question is, shall the House bills pass in a block? That is, it's easier just to name the bills of the block. The following bills, 1750, 2007, 2017, and 2191. All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The bills in the block pass.
Returning to House Bill 2075 on page 31.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Mr. President, could HB 2075 go by temporarily for a little bit longer?
Without objection, House Bill 2075 will go by temporarily.
On page 34, House Bill 2027. I'm sorry, page 32. House Bill 1855.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I move that the bill pass. Speak to the bill.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this was a bill that basically just renamed a couple different departments and agencies so they could be more accurately descripting what they do. In terms of the main folks is taking what we used to colloquially call DMME, Department of Mines, Minerals, and Energy, and just renaming it Department of Energy, which would save a little bit on ink. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1855? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1855 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 3.
Ayes 35, noes 3. House Bill 1855 passes.
Mr. President,
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed House Bill 1855, I move we reconsider that vote so a member can vote.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 1855 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having previously been explained, I move that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall House Bill 1855 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 3.
Ayes 36, noes 3. House Bill 1855 passes.
Page 34, House Bill 2027.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Mr. President.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd asked that this go by, but I was mistaken. The amendments that were requested to align it with my bill are on, and with that, I move that we pass the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2027? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2027 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. House Bill 2027 passes.
On page 35, House Bill 2124.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
I move the bill pass.
Senators, the floor.
It's in the uncontested calendar, so I'm sure it's fine.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2124? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2124 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. House Bill 2124 passes.
Page 36, House Bill 2129.
Mr. President.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
I move that the bill pass. Speak to the bill.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, House Bill 2129 is the Watershed Improvement Plan, what we call the WIP plan, to basically try and remove nutrients from the Chesapeake Bay by working with our partners in upstream communities, particularly the agricultural community. This bill was passed unanimously out of the Senate and therefore is part of the very cryptic and little-known Hanger-Lopez conspiracy. And so therefore, having fully explained, I ask you to vote for the bill.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2129? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2129 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. House Bill 2129 passes.
On page 37, House Bill 2203, we have a committee amendment from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources, and one from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations, and then we have a floor amendment.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Mr. President, can that bill go by temporarily?
Without objection, House Bill 2203 will go by temporarily.
On page 38, House Bill 2322. We have a substitute and a floor amendment.
From Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
All right. I waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I now move the floor amendment and speaking to that amendment.
Senator, is the floor.
What this does is simply bring it into conformance with where we are on the other bill that's addressing the opioid authority and would have funds that are obtained through the Attorney General's actions to be able to be distributed to opioid reduction and abatement projects across the Commonwealth. The two legislative members who would be on that, what this would do is allow them to vote. So they would have voting privileges.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I now move that this bill pass. And speaking briefly to the bill,
Senator, is the floor.
This would make it compatible with the actions that we've taken as it related to the Senate bill that was addressing the same issue, and hope we would pass the bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2322? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2322 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0, Rule 36-2.
Ayes 37, no 0, Rule 36-2. House Bill 2322 passes.
Regular calendar House bills on third reading. House Bill 1751, a bill relating to the excise tax on peanuts. Reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Bill 1751 pass. Speak to the motion.
Senator's floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. But because regardless, we've already passed this bill. This was Senator Lucas's bill that just simply extends the sunset on the peanut excise tax. It's unanimously supported by Peanut Growers Association and Agribusiness. I ask you to pass the bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1751? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1751 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 3.
Ayes 36, noes 3. House Bill 1751 passes.
House Bill 1890, a bill relating to elections, prohibited discrimination in voting and elections administration, required process for enacting certain covered practices, civil causes of action, penalty. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move the bill pass.
Senators, the floor.
Speak briefly to that. This is identical to a bill we passed earlier this session. I can't recall the number, but I know that it was sponsored by the senior senator from the city of Richmond. The bill basically enacts a somewhat Voting Rights Act for the state of Virginia, and I would move that it pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1890? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1890 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. House Bill 1890 passes.
House Bill 2001, a bill relating to building standards for certain state and local buildings. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with an amendment, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the committee amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I now move passage of the bill and speaking to the bill.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, what this does is establishes various energy standards for design and construction of public buildings at both the state and the local levels. Would address issues such as providing sufficient electric vehicle charging infrastructure and providing for the agency or institution developing the building or a renovation of more than half of the space of the building to track the building's energy efficiency and carbon emissions. There would be exemptions that could be granted to some of the standards with certain circumstances by the director of the Department of General Services at the state level or by the local governing body if it's a building at the local level. And with that, I renew my motion that we pass the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2001? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2001 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 17.
Ayes 22, noes 17. House Bill 2001 passes.
House Bill 2004, a bill relating to the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, law enforcement criminal incident information, criminal investigative files. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move now that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill,
senators, the floor.
What this does is provide opportunity for provide a freedom of information provisions related to law enforcement and criminal incident information in cold cases, those types of things. It was vetted through the FOIA Council and recommended for adoption, supported by the FOIA Council. And with that, I would renew my motion that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2004? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2004 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, no 17.
Ayes 22, no 17. House Bill 2004 passes.
House Bill 2053, a bill to direct the Department of Housing and Community Development to convene a stakeholder advisory group to evaluate the construction of internal, attached, and detached accessory dwelling units as a strategy to address the Commonwealth's growing demand for affordable and market rate housing. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to this measure,
Senator has the floor.
This measure before you does not provide any language that would mandate or require anything in terms of projects, housing projects to move forward. What it does is it would require the Department of Housing and Community Development to establish a stakeholder group to try to deal with issues and options for addressing a growing demand for affordable and market rate housing.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2053? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2053 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, no 17.
Ayes 22, no 17. House Bill 2053 passes.
House Bill 2063, a bill relating to the Virginia Overtime Wage Act penalties. Reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with amendments, from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations, and there is a floor substitute.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, what I'd like to do at this time is withdraw the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. Without objection, the floor substitute is withdrawn.
And now I would move to adopt the committee amendments.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are adopted. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
What Delegate Mullins' bill does is it sets up the Virginia Overtime Wage Act, and the committee amendment exempts from the overtime pay what's called outside sales, a salesman. In other words, those are the people who really don't have an office in the company, and virtually 100% of their work is outside the company. They would be exempt, and I think they're also exempt under the federal law. And what this bill seeks to do, it exempts it takes in most of the exemptions to the and inclusions to the Federal Overtime Act. Not all of the exemptions, but most of them, and it spells out in there, who has to be paid time, and it's anything over 40 hours, time and a half times their wages. Salaried people, in most instances, are exempt. There may be, measures by which I guess it could not be. That I think the federal law kicks in at about $35,000 a year, $680-some a week. There may be some making more that are on it, and maybe not. But the penalties under this are the same as they are for withholding wages. Basically, it requires the employer to compensate all employees who are entitled to overtime compensation under the Fair Labor Standards Act at a rate not less than 1.5 times the employee's rate of pay, defined in the bill for any hours worked in excess of 40 hours in 1 week. And if anybody wants a more definite explanation, I can let it go by. and give that later on. But that pretty much encompasses about 99% of the bill. It sets up something that we didn't have in code before.
Thank the senator.
And I'd move passage.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2063? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2063 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. House Bill 2063 passes.
House Bill 2074, a bill relating to environmental justice, interagency working group. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass.
Senator's the floor.
And with this, just to briefly explain, this is similar to the bill that Senator Hashmi had that deals with the environmental justice and an interagency working group and trying to establish commonality across agencies in terms of addressing environmental justice issues. With that, I'd move that renew my motion to pass the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2074? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2074 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. House Bill 2074 passes.
House Bill 2099, a bill relating to limitations on enforcement of judgments, judgment liens, settlement agents. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
I move that the Finance Committee amendment be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass.
Senator's the floor.
And by way of explanation, Mr. President, what this does is it does a significant change in Virginia law with regard to the length of time a judgment lien applies, or any kind of lien on real estate. Right now, a lien on real estate it lasts for 20 years. This would change this to 10 years. And from beginning January 1, 2022, it would go into effect January 1, 2022. Any judgment or a lien after that would be for 10 years only. But the judgment creditor could ask that the lien be extended for another 10 years, and then another 10 years as long as the certificate is filed before the lien expires. So you can have a lien up to 30 years, but 10 years, then 10 years, then 10 years. So this is a significant change in the law of Virginia. With that explanation, I move that the House Bill 2099 as the substitute be passed.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the motion.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I would echo first of all, I support the bill. I echo the comments of the senior senator from Roanoke City. I would simply note that in the Senate, we made this bill non-retroactive. So in other words, if you've had a judgment which is more than 10 years old but not yet 20 years old, or you have a client that has one, it's still enforceable. But this 10 years will now what will be the applicable standard going forward. So it's not retroactive.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis, rise.
Mr. President, speaking to the motion.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, members of the body, if you've ever done any real estate closings, residential or otherwise, if you've ever bought and sold property, if you ever think you might buy and sell property, this is a good bill. What we're doing, although it is a significant change in the length of the judgment lien, we had one of the longest periods for length of judgment liens in the nation. The average is 8 to 12. And so what this means is it's going to be easier to clear title if you're buying and selling real estate. Oftentimes what we find is judgment liens are difficult to find the judgment creditor and difficult to get the matter cleared up. So this provides a shorter period of time. It does provide an ability to renew that judgment, and as the senator from City of Fairfax said, it is not retroactive. So if you have a judgment in place now, you get your full 20 years. So this brings us in line with a lot of other states, and again, greatly facilitates closings on real estate. So I would support the motion that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D-Steph, rise?
Mr. President, will the gentleman rise for a quick question?
Which one?
Any of them.
Will anyone rise for a question?
I'll take a whack at it.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is, if the individual owes a significant amount of money and that lien is placed on it and that amount of money cannot be paid off in the 10 years, what would happen then? I understand the way I read this bill, they'd have to continue every 10 years going in.
They would have to renew
that lien.
They would have to renew, which they have to do now with a 20-year judgment. You can renew a 20-year judgment as well, but you have to file the certificate with the appropriate court, whether it's the general district court or whether it's the circuit court.
Mr. President, yield for one more question.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Today, let's say I take out a lien on a piece of property that's $200,000 and the individual can't pay it off in 10 years. So today I would only have to do it once if the individual could pay it off in 15 or 20. But the way this is structured, knowing that I would have to, they couldn't pay it off in 10 years. If I were going to extend credit to that individual, I would now, knowing I have to renew it every 10 years, I'd probably limit it down to 10 years if it were me, unless I misunderstand something on this bill.
This is different. I say to the gentleman, this is a little bit different than the lien of a deed of trust. This is a judgment lien. For instance, if you have a car accident and get a judgment, or if you owe a store money and they take you to general district court and get a judgment against you, that's the judgment lien. And that, once it's properly filed, does constitute a lien on your real estate. That's a little bit different than the lien of a deed of trust if you're financing property. So what this is applying to the liens of the judgment creditors.
Mr. President, I thank the gentleman for his answers.
Yep. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator, for what purpose, Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville, rise.
Senator from Accomack, yield for a question.
Senator Yield.
Yes, I yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
So is it accurate to say that under current law, a judgment is good for 20 years, and if you want to extend it, you have to go to court and file a motion and get a judge to sign an order, whereas under this bill, you only have to file a certificate with the court after 10 years, and it's automatically extended another 10 without having to file a motion and go in front of a judge.
And that is correct. Yes, gentleman is correct.
Right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks for the softball.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the gentleman from Accomack yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
I knew it was a mistake to stand up. Yes, I yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
You indicated a moment ago that it includes any tort action, but it would include any contract action, tort action, any type of civil suit. Is that correct?
That gentleman is correct.
Would the gentleman yield for another question?
Senator Yield?
I yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
So if grandma gets a judgment against a contractor who defrauded her for $10,000, or grandma gets a judgment against somebody who ran into the back of her car, or grandma gets a judgment against somebody who beats her up, currently she gets that judgment, she puts it on the judgment debtor, and it's good for 20 years. Is that right?
That is correct. Gentleman's correct, Mr. President.
Gentleman, yield for another question.
Sir, yield. Sir, yields. You have the floor.
Current situation, if 10 years and 1 day, under this new legislation, if 10 years and 1 day goes by and grandma has failed to extend it or has failed to hire an attorney, she loses everything. She no longer can collect on her judgment. Is that right?
There's the floor.
I would say the gentleman sounds like grandma's estate would have to have done something, but yes, if she's past 10 years, she's out of luck.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2099? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2099 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 12.
Ayes 27, noes 12. House Bill 2099 passes.
Mr. President.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me, sir. Before we get too far, could we return to page 40? Having voted on the prevailing side of which we passed House Bill 2004, could we reconsider that vote so that a member could make an adjustment? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. Question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 2004 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, having been previously explained and having been explained that it's consistent with the recommendation of the FOIA Council, I move passage of the bill.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall House Bill 2004 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 16.
Ayes 23, noes 16. House Bill 2004 passes.
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
With regard to House Bill 2322 on page 38, I move that we reconsider that vote. Uncontested. The opioid.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 2322 pass be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Excuse me, Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. Having been previously explained and having, just to clarify everything, this will allow the senator who is appointed to this body to have a vote.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall House Bill 2322 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, no 0, Rule 36-3.
Ayes 36, no 0, Rule 36-3. House Bill 2322 passes.
On page 41, I'm sorry, page 43, House Bill 2113, a bill relating to automatic expungement of criminal records penalties, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that this bill be passed by temporarily.
Without objection, House Bill 2113 will go by temporarily.
House Bill 2132, a bill relating to homicides and assaults and bodily woundings, certain matters not to constitute defenses. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, what this does is makes it clear that it's not a defense to homicide or bodily injury or assault and battery, that the defendant perceived that the person injured, that the defendant had a perception of the actual or perceived sex, gender identity, or sexual orientation. And what that is not a defense to homicide or to assault and battery. And that's all it does. With that explanation, I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman, rise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the chairman of the Courts Committee yield for a question?
Senator Yield.
The chairman of the Judiciary Committee would be happy to yield for a question.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Well, some habits are hard to break and some don't want to be broken. My question, Mr. President, is this. Practicing a fair amount in the arena of criminal law, I don't ever recall this being raised as a defense. Are you aware of any instant in the Commonwealth of Virginia where this has been asserted as a positive defense?
Senator, the floor.
I would yield to the senator from Alexander to answer that question. I personally have not had that experience.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Evan.
I would tell the senator from James City County that I know of 8 instances in the Commonwealth of Virginia where the so-called gay or trans panic defense was raised as a defense. They started, the ones that I've been able to find out about started ranging from 1986 to 2011. One case of first-degree murder was reduced to second-degree murder after the gay panic defense was invoked. We've had them with other murders and robberies in conjunction with murders, strangling, stabbings, etc.
Thank you.
Further question? For what purpose does the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise? For what purpose does the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the chairman from Judiciary yield for a question?
Senator Yield.
I'd be happy to yield for a question.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Would the gentleman please clarify for the body there's a difference between not being allowed to make a defense versus saying that this would be a successful defense?
Senator's the floor.
As I'm understanding, this would not be a defense.
Would the gentleman yield for another question?
Be happy to.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Actually, this change in the law would prevent a defendant from even being able to proffer this defense in his case. Is that correct?
Senator's the floor.
That's my understanding.
The gentleman yield for another question.
Senator Yield.
Happy to.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Would the gentleman tell the body, has there ever been a case in the last 225 years of this Commonwealth where the legislature passed a law saying you are prevented from making a defense?
Senator's the floor.
Well, I don't know if the legislature did, but like voluntary intoxication is not a defense either. There are other non-defenses to murder and that type of thing. Yeah, I don't know if that's in the code or whether it's just case law.
Further question?
Would the gentleman yield for another question?
Senator Yield.
I'll be happy to.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Could the gentleman tell the body what defense to murder has been ever made by a defendant where the court said you are prohibited from making that defense, irrespective of how silly or nonsensical the defense was?
Senator's the floor.
Well, I have to think about it. Like I say, voluntary intoxication is not a defense. I mean, maybe there's issues of mitigation, but I'd have to rack my brain here.
Gentleman yield for a final question.
I'll try to. Thank you.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
You would agree that an individual who is intoxicated, while it would not be a successful defense, could put on evidence to the court and say, I committed this B&E when I was drunk. I committed this assault when I was drunk. I committed this other egregious act when I was drunk. You would agree that the defendant would be allowed to do that, wouldn't you?
Senator's the floor.
Yes, you can always put on evidence of mitigation and extenuation.
Well, final question, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Yield.
I'm not talking about mitigation at sentencing. My question is a simple one. During the defendant's case in chief, would the defendant not be allowed to put into evidence that he was drunk or drinking, irrespective of whether or not that would be accepted by the fact finder or the jury?
Senator's the floor.
I'll answer it this way. The bill also provides nothing in this section should be construed to prevent a defendant from exercising his constitutionally protected rights, including the right to call for evidence in his favor that is relevant and otherwise admissible in a criminal prosecution.
All right. I thank the gentleman. Speaking briefly to the bill, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me.
Senator's the floor.
Beg your pardon, Mr. President. All right, let's be clear. All of us in this room believe that somebody who would attack somebody because of their sexual orientation, their whether they were transgender, whether they were white, is abhorrent to all of us. That's a given. What this bill doesn't say that this would not be a successful defense. This bill prevents a defendant, for the first time that I'm ever aware of saying, I did this because of such and such. Now, let's be clear. A defendant who would stand up or proffer, make a defense before a jury or a judge and say, I assaulted this person because he or she was gay, or I assaulted this person because he or she was transgender, would, of course, I don't want to even say laughed at, would be rejected summarily by a fact finder. But what this bill does, for the first time that I'm aware of, is prevents a defendant from making a defense. And we are going down a very slippery slope when we say that. A defendant has always been able to say, no matter how nonsensical the defense is, why he did something. I assaulted that person because they were wearing purple socks. I can't think of a more ridiculous example. Of course it's going to be rejected by the fact finder, but we don't prevent the defendant from making that defense. We do it here. For the first time, we prevent somebody from making a defense. So for that reason, I'd ask the body to reject it. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
This is actually not the first time that we as a body have expressly prohibited or gotten rid of, in that case, a affirmative defense to a crime. It used to be, back in 2008, we passed legislation that repealed the affirmative defense for carnal knowledge of a child 14 years or older when their defendant subsequently marries the child. And so when we have found an affirmative defense to be abhorrent to public policy, we've gotten rid of it. In that case, it was the fact that someone married the victim of what we had decided was statutory rape. We got rid of that. Here, while I would love to agree with the junior senator from Richmond that no fact finder would ever agree with this affirmative defense, as the senator from Alexandria has pointed out, at least 8 times that defense has been used successfully. Now, before he asks, I don't know whether that was at the plea stage or through a fact finder. Our research didn't go into that detail. But in 1986, Cecile Ratcliffe severely beat Russell Moses Barker to death in Waynesboro. And he used this defense, and rather than being convicted of first-degree murder, he was convicted of second-degree murder. In 1987, Eddie Wayne Fry repeatedly stabbed and strangled Lawrence Turner to death and was charged with murder and used this defense. Kenneth Deans beat Russell Haywood to a pulp and killed him in Williamsburg and used this defense. Mark Hayes killed Tracy Garner and received a 45-year prison sentence after using this defense to get a lesser conviction. Deandra Moore stabbed Jack Cowell 14 times, killing him in Norfolk. And there were at least 3 different assaults. What this defense does is put the victim on trial. And a matter of public policy, we shouldn't do that. And I ask that we pass this bill.
For what purpose is Senator from Northwestern Fairfax? Senator Boysko rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you. Up to 8 years ago, the American Bar Association made a recommendation that this be eliminated. And in fact, we have a number of states who have already codified the language that we're considering here to ban the use of the panic attack as a legal offense. California, Illinois, Rhode Island, Nevada, Connecticut, Maine, Hawaii, and New York have all passed, as of July 1st, 2019, passed this legislation in their own states. And, you know, as my colleague from the senior senator from Richmond has just laid out, we're watching the victim being put on trial. This reminds me very much of the Rape Shield Act, where a woman was in past history was asked what her sexual history was as part of the defense argument. We now, that's illegal to do. And so for my junior senator from Richmond, I'd just like to remind us that we no longer allow someone to turn the table for a rape victim. This is a similar situation. I urge the body to pass this reasonable bill, and thank you for your time.
For what purpose is Senator from Alexandria? Senator Eben rise.
Speak briefly in favor of the bill.
Senator's the floor.
I want to associate my remarks with the senior senator from Richmond and the senator from Northwestern Fairfax. As the senator from Northwestern Fairfax said, the American Bar Association has endorsed this type of legislation, and about 12 jurisdictions nationally have adopted it. I think it's important to realize that people have used this in many instances to try and get away with particularly brutal crimes. In one case where the panic defense was used, the victim was stabbed and slashed more than 6 times. In another, the victim was choked with a wallet chain, drowned, and then his body was doused in gasoline and set on fire. And yet another, a victim was bludgeoned with a fire extinguisher, leaving her for dead as the defendant ransacked her apartment. When he later heard her gasping for breath as she regained consciousness, he beat her again with the fire extinguisher until he killed it, as he later told the police. And many are familiar with the horrific and senseless murder of Matthew Shepard, who was brutally pistol whipped, tortured, tied to a fence post, and left to die. More than 20 blows rained down on him so hard that they fractured his skull a half dozen times. And reports describe how he was beaten so severely that when he was found, his face was completely covered in blood, except where his tears left tracks down his cheeks. As horrific as these descriptions are, they don't begin to describe the brutality of each of these assaults. And to think that we would allow a jury to hear as evidence that the person found out that the victim was of a different sexual orientation or gender identity, and that is an excuse for murder or attempted murder is horrific to me, and I hope we'll pass the bill.
Full purpose, Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake, rise.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. And to ask either the senator from Alexandria or perhaps the senator from Courts, I've been listening to the argument and thinking through this. If we have hate crime legislation to make it a crime to attack someone for their sexual orientation, you are therefore putting their sexual orientation as the main offense of the crime. How would they not be able to then talk about the fact that they committed the crime because of the person's sexual orientation? It seems to me we're putting a contradiction into the law with this bill. That's my question.
I would yield, and I would say this is not a hate crimes bill. This is a bill to let people not get away with the charge of murder or attempted murder or whatever the charge may be, merely because the victim is of a different sexual orientation. This is not about an enhanced penalty, it's about equal justice.
Further question? For what purpose, the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise.
Would the senior senator from Richmond yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
With regard to the example that the senior senator gave regarding in 2008, wasn't that a situation where we took a defense that was already codified in the Virginia Code out of the code and said you can no longer use this as a defense?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I answer the gentleman he is correct, but his question, which I answered, was have we ever removed an affirmative defense as a legislature? And I answered that question.
The gentlelady yield for another question.
Senator yield.
I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
There currently is no defense in the Virginia Code that says it is a defense to assaulting somebody because they are a Republican, or they're a Mormon, or they're Jewish, or they're gay, or they're trans, correct? That defense doesn't exist right now in the code, does it?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I'd answer the junior senator from Richmond by saying there are many common law defenses that are not in the code, but we as the General Assembly, as the legislative body, it is our prerogative to decide whether we think any of those defenses that are in common law should no longer be available because that we find them to be against public policy.
Further question?
Would it be would the gentleman yield for another question? Would the gentle lady yield
Senator
for another
yield.
question?
Does the senator yield?
I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Would you agree that it is either public policy or should be public policy that you can't assault somebody because they're Jewish?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I would, and I believe that we have laws to that effect.
Further question?
I don't know where to go with that. No further questions, Mr. President.
For what purpose, the senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just speaking to the bill one more time.
Senator's the floor.
So I just wanted to clarify something. This is not an affirmative legal defense that we're talking about here. The gay trans panic is a tactic to strengthen the defense by playing on our prejudices. It has been used not only to explain a defendant's action, but to excuse them. That is the problem here. And that is, as the senior senator from Richmond was just talking, this is something that we all know is a wrong thing to do. We know we had Matthew Shepard's mother testifying in the Judiciary Committee, telling her personal story and the efforts that she's made around the country. We know that the American Bar Association says that this is no longer something that should be used. And, the American Psychological Association in 1973 removed gay panic disorder from the DSM, and the legal defense continues to use it. We are trying to bring us up into the 21st century to treat people with dignity and respect that they deserve, and to, do the right thing here. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2132? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2132 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 15.
Ayes 23, noes 15. House Bill 2132 passes.
House Bill 2137, a bill relating to employees' paid sick leave, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations, and we have a floor substitute.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that with the recommendation that it be rejected, I move the Committee of Commerce and Labor substitute.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I now move the floor substitute.
Senator, want to waive the reading?
Waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, what we have here is a substitute that reduces the significance, the requirements of the bill as it passed out of the committee. This is a bill that is relating to paid sick leave and is limited in effect to just those individuals who are home health workers and to no others. What the change would be with the adoption of the floor substitute is that it would not require the action to provide regulations as it relates to this, because this is something that is very limited and would be covered by the Department of Medical Assistance Services. So with that, I would propose that we adopt the committee, the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Would the gentleman from the glass cage yield for a question? I'm sorry, I can't keep the Fairfax.
I would be happy to yield, yes.
Senator from Southern Fairfax yields. You have the floor.
Thank you. The gentleman from Southern Fairfax. I appreciate that. On line 19 of the substitute, under 3 little I, has works on average no more than 30 hours per month. Is that what you want in there?
Yeah.
Then there's the floor.
Yeah, this is, Mr. President, yes, this is the language that we have right now. It's a home health worker and provides coverage in those situations. And what this would do is it would provide those people who are providing services in the home to individuals and would provide coverage have them to be able to get the paid sick leave there. So
All right,
it
I
would be
thank the
eight.
gentleman for his explanation.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor substitute? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I now move passage of the bill.
Senator's the floor.
And just briefly, I mean, I basically explained it previously. It would be limited to those individuals who are home health workers. It's covered under the Department of Medical Assistance Services. And what this would do is provide this paid sick leave for those individuals and only those individuals.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2137? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2137 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. House Bill 2137 passes.
House Bill 2148, a bill relating to small renewable energy projects, energy storage. Reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill on small renewable energy projects. I really don't know much more other than that, but it did pass unanimously, and so I move that it pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2148? For Senator from King George, Senator Stewart rise.
Mr. President, I believe that this added the energy storage projects to allow them to have siting agreements with the counties, which would help them get a little bit of revenue out of these, and I think it is unanimously supported.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall House Bill 2148 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 38, no 0, Rule 36-1. House Bill 2148 passes.
House Bill 2163, a bill relating to Department of Motor Vehicles privilege information, reported from the Committee on Transportation with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The substitute is an agreement between...
Actually, Senator, I'm sorry. You can speak to it on passage. You're good. We'll move the substitute and then we'll come back.
Okay,
Unless is there something you want to speak to in the substitute?
No, that's all right, sir.
Oh, wait. Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since you brought it up, the substitute is an agreement between DMV, state police, and the stakeholders, which includes the business community. It doesn't change the impact of the bill, and what the bill does is it limits the release of the Department of Motor Vehicles privileged information to government entities and law enforcement agencies for the purpose of civil immigration enforcement unless the subject of the information provides consent or the requesting agency presents a lawful judicial order, subpoena, or judicial warrant. That's what the bill does, and I urge that, reiterate my motion that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2163? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2163 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. House Bill 2163 passes.
House Bill 2227, A bill to direct the Board of Housing and Community Development to consider adopting amendments to the Uniform Statewide Building Code relating to energy efficiency and conservation upon each publication of a new version of the International Code Council's International Energy Conservation Code. Reporting from the Committee on General Laws and Technology and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move passage of the bill and speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, in its form now, this bill is a Section 1 bill. It just says that in terms of when there's publication of the International Code Council, which occurs, I think, every 3 years, and have a new version of the International Energy Conservation Code, that the Board of Housing and Community Development shall consider adopting amendments to address the issues raised there. And with that, I would renew my motion that we pass this bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2227? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2227 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. House Bill 2227 passes.
House Bill 2276, a bill relating to manufacture, import, sale, transfer, or possession of plastic firearms in unfinished frames or receivers and unserialized firearms penalties. Reporting from the Committee on Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass, and by way of explanation.
Senator has the floor.
This has to do with plastic firearms and unfinished firearms that do not have serial numbers. What this does, Mr. President, and it was narrowed in committee, that it should be unlawful to import, sell, transfer, or possess a plastic firearm or a firearm that after removal of all parts cannot be detected by, for example, an X-ray or an airport device as a firearm. And what it further does, Mr. President, it provides that it should be, and that would be a Class 5 felony to sell one of these objects. It would be a Class 1 misdemeanor for a person, and it could be punishable up to Class 4 felony for a second or subsequent offense for a person to possess or receive an unfinished frame or receiver that it does not have a serial number. And so the judiciary committee narrowed the prohibition on unfinished frames, receivers, or firearms that were unlawful to the selling, offering for sale, or transfer, or the purchasing of such items. With that explanation, I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Rise to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I would hope that we would look carefully at this bill and consider voting against it. Now, I sat in committee, and many of the gun groups that do testify said, look, there are parts of this bill that we really have no problem with. But what this is doing is it's really impacting a number of firearms that have been out there, that have been owned by people legally for 50 years. There are hobbyists and others who may have made in their shop a firearm that would fall under the category that are set forth in this bill. If they die and that gun has to be transferred to another family member, I mean, that is potentially criminal act. And this bill has no provision in it with respect to, how we're going to deal with those that are out there, how they might be surrendered, how the owners or families of owners or folks might be compensated for deprivation of their property. The suggestion was made if this was grandfathering in those that are in people's closets or basements that are already in existence, that there might have been broad support for this, but this does create some significant problems, including due process problems that I think render this a very flawed approach to a legitimate problem. So I would hope that members would vote against this bill.
Mr. President.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise.
Wondered if the gentleman from Rockingham would yield for a question.
Senator Yield.
I will yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
I didn't have the opportunity to hear this bill that day because I left my proxy and was across the hall in another committee. But as I look at the bill and listen to the gentleman's testimony, I'm just curious. There are a number of us that have really old shotguns, and one of my prized shotguns is an 870 Wingmaster that my brother gave to me when I was probably about 12 years old. It's been re-blued 2 or 3 times, was probably built, I don't know, in the 40s maybe or before. Heck of a nice shotgun. I've used it for a lot of years and kept it in good shape, but the problem I have is serial numbers worn off of it from use, frankly. Would that fall into this category?
Well, Mr. President, I would suggest that perhaps the chairman of the Judiciary Committee is the appropriate person to ask, but I think it very well would fall into that category. And and if you want to pass that to your children, that act of passing it to your children could be a criminal act.
Mr. President, would the gentleman from Roanoke City yield for a question?
Senator Yield.
Mr. President, be happy to yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I would ask the gentleman the same question. That old 870 Wingmaster, which is just a bird gun, but I think more of that gun than any other one I own, the serial number has actually worn off of that because it is so old. Despite the fact that I take care of it and keep it in good operating condition, it's one of my favorite guns to hunt with. Would I fall under this provision?
Senator's the floor.
I wouldn't think so, because you had a serial number on it. This has to do with those that were, if you can keep a gun that does not have a serial number, and antique guns, for example, would fit in that category. But as far as transferring it, if you had a serial number, you could still transfer it too. It doesn't say it has to be, well, it does say if it's not imprinted with a serial number, I guess there's some ambiguity there. You say, well, it was imprinted, you just can't read it.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
For purpose, Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Sarvell, rise.
Senator from Roanoke City, yield.
Senator Yield?
Yeah, I'll be happy to.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just direct the senator from King George to subsection E, which is lines 55 through 57 of the bill, which clearly state that any gun that was manufactured before October 22 of 1968 is exempt from the bill, or it's exempt from sections C and D of the bill.
Further question?
Would the gentleman yield for another question?
Senator Yield?
I yield.
Eastern Fairfax, that is, the smartest guy in the room here.
No.
I shouldn't say,
I don't know about that.
Mr. President, assuming that shotgun was built in 1970, but it has been used so much that the serial number has actually worn off of it and is not legible anymore, would that gun be under this provision?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I would say that I think it would be, but I would also just note that the bill previously prohibited possession. We took possession out in committee, so it only applies to manufacturers or sales, so that it's still okay to possess it.
Mr. President.
Further question?
Does the bill not say you can't purchase it?
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Does the bill not say you can't purchase it?
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, yes, it does include purchase. Just does not prohibit possession if you already have it.
Would the gentleman yield for a final question?
Senator Yield.
I'll yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
I'd ask the gentleman, who has the burden of proof on that? Would it be the Commonwealth in prosecuting this case, or would I have to prove a negative as a defendant?
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, like any case, the Commonwealth always has the burden of proof.
I thank the gentleman, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For purposes, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson rise.
Mr. President, speak to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I sympathize with Senator Stewart's position. Years ago, through my father's estate, came into a number of firearms that were old shotguns, things of that nature. I had 12 gauge, 20 gauge, and a lot of them are similar in that they don't have serial numbers. Now, as to when they were manufactured, I have no idea, and I have no way of proving. And of course, I have possession of those. I keep them under lock and key. I'm a responsible owner. There will come a time when my time on this earth will pass, and I will give them to my children because they're part of our family's history. You know, a bill like this, and there's parts of this bill I like, there's parts of it I don't like. The part I don't like is presuming that an unserialized firearm is part of a crime, or if you own an unserialized firearm, that therefore you're potentially a criminal. And we did take out possession in the Senate committee. The problem is that we still left in transport, we still left in assemble. So you could potentially disassemble a firearm to go to a shooting range or to put it in a case and then reassemble it once you get to the location that you're at. And again, these could all be safety measures, but under the strict ruling of this law, again, you could be putting somebody in criminal jeopardy. I just think this bill is overbroad. Again, the parts of it I like about the plastic guns and going through X-rays, and that's fine. But the Supreme Court of the United States has determined in the Heller case that you do have a Second Amendment right to bear a firearm, and it doesn't say it has to be a serialized firearm. And you can manufacture a firearm, and you have a constitutional right. And again, I feel like this bill is overbroad, and I feel like it needs a lot more work. And unfortunately, we're at the end of this session, so I'm not quite sure when that work's going to happen.
What purpose is the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph, rise?
Mr. President, will the gentleman from, I believe it's Roanoke City, rise for a question?
Senator Yield. Senator from Roanoke City.
I'll be happy to yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Mr. President, and for the gentleman from Roanoke City, would you say that if I have a custom-built firearm that's unserialized, that it would be a Class 4 felony, I believe it is, under this bill?
Senator's the floor.
I believe it had to do with transferring it without getting a license, and you can get a license from ATF, a serial number from ATF. You'd have to do that in order to transfer it.
Further question?
Mr. President, is there any exemption for our Olympic athletes or collegiate athletes or high school athletes who are members of shooting teams or athletes who do pentathlons?
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I always assumed that they have serial numbers on their rifles. I know when I was in the Marines, I had a serial number. I can even tell you what it is today, probably.
Further question?
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
In actuality, a lot of these firearms are actually custom built to the individual, similar to some of our military sharpshooters. And I understand as I read this that military and law enforcement are exempt. Mr. President, for our collegiate athletes, for our high school athletes, for our Olympic athletes who train, practice, and live in the state of Virginia, their weapons are custom built. A lot of them are truly handmade by gun enthusiasts or gunsmiths to that athlete specifically. The length, the width, the weight. And Mr. President, these are not serialized. They are truly made, custom made for those individuals. I believe that, Mr. President, that they're not covered under this bill. And Mr. President, I really don't think that anybody there should be considered a felon or if we pass this, would be a felon. They're truly trying to represent their high school, their college, or the USA. Thank you.
For purposes, Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just briefly to speak to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
I just wish to associate my comments with the senator from Fairfax City and from Stafford. There are many of us in here that enjoy shooting birds, and when you're around those type of folks, everybody has every different kind of shotgun known to man, and you might borrow a shotgun from a colleague out there in the blind and like the way it shoots, and they're willing to get rid of it. And Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, I would tell you that's how I got my very expensive Remington Versamax, of which they don't make anymore. But the conditions in which we use some of these firearms is pretty rough. So you wind up doing a process called Cerakoting on the firearm to try to maintain it from pitting and some other things. I happen to have one of those that no longer bears a serial number. It's not a real old gun, but it can knock down some birds. And I'd like to give that to my son, but now I'm a little bit worried that I would be in possession of a firearm that's illegal under this section. I think this bill is not right now. I think it could use some work. And Mr. President, that's where I'd sit on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Accomack?
Mr. President.
What? Okay. Hold on one second. For what purpose, Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servill rise.
Can this bill go by temporarily so we can clean it up a bit and get it ready for a conference party?
Mr. President.
Okay, that's the motion. For purpose, Senator from King George, Senator Stewart rise.
Would a substitute motion be in order at this point?
Senator.
Mr. President.
So, Senator, so there are two motions pending. There's the motion for passage and then the motion to pass by temporarily. You can only have the two motions.
I'll withdraw the request, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. So without objection, House Bill 2276 will go by temporarily.
House Bill 2331, a bill relating to elimination of mandatory minimum sentences, modification of sentence to mandatory minimum term of confinement for felony offenses. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with the substitute, from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with the substitute, and there is a floor amendment.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be adopted.
Senator, just on that particular motion, apparently we need to reject the judiciary substitute in order to get to the finance substitute. Does the senator want to move with the recommendation to be rejected?
All right, I'll move that the are they inconsistent? I move that the committee substitute not be adopted, and with that explanation, I move that it pass. I move the substitute be adopted with the recommendation that it not be adopted.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the substitute from the Committee on Judiciary be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
I move that the substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with regard to the floor amendment to the substitute that was from appropriations that was just adopted, I waive reading of that floor amendment and speaking to that amendment.
Thank you, Senator. We'll waive the reading first. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I expect in a few moments we're going to have some robust debate on this particular bill, but all this amendment does is it removes any ambiguity that that if the bill passes, any sentencing event that occurs on July 1 or thereafter, the mandatory minimum sentences will not apply. I'd ask that the body adopt the amendment.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, this is the mandatory minimum bill that we passed before. It does not apply to Class 1 felonies, but it applies to every other offense. Thank you, Mr. President. And the reason for this is, we have sentencing guidelines. Judges and juries have the responsibility to decide sentencing. And with sentencing guidelines, it's important that they look both at the character of the defendant and the nature of the crime. And that's what they should look at, as opposed to the General Assembly imposing from afar, not knowing the facts of the case, what the mandatory minimum sentence should be. So with that explanation, I move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2331? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2331 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. House Bill 2331 passes.
Memorial resolutions.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, excuse me, I move that memorial resolutions on pages 47 through 48, that's HJR 5002 through SR 544, be considered in a block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolutions thereof with the understanding that any senator desiring to remove a resolution from the block will do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the memorial resolutions on pages 47 through 48, House Joint Resolution 5002 through Senate Resolution 544, be considered in the block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolutions thereof with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will read the titles of the memorial resolutions.
House Joint Resolution 5002, celebrating the life of Michael Margosis. Senate Resolution 520, celebrating the life of Richard Blaine Byrd. Senate Resolution 521, celebrating the life of Jamie Billetts. Senate Resolution 522, celebrating the life of Thomas F. Cleary, M.D. Senate Resolution 523, celebrating the life of Carlton Fakuhair Andrus. Senate Resolution 524, celebrating the life of the Honorable Clyde H. Perdue, Jr. Senate Resolution 528, celebrating the life of Roger Allen Saunders, Jr. Senate Resolution 530, celebrating the life of Claire Elizabeth Granger. Senate Resolution 536, celebrating the life of Joseph Howard Tate. Senate Resolution 537, celebrating the life of Alvin Dwayne Harlerode. Senate Resolution 540, celebrating the life of Flossie Rebecca Branchcombe. Senate Resolution 541, celebrating the life of the Reverend Michael Duvall Green, Sr. Senate Resolution 544, celebrating the life of Elizabeth Ann Carr Ledgerton.
The resolutions will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolutions will please rise. The resolutions are agreed to.
Commending resolutions.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move the commending resolutions on page 49. That's SR 525 through SR 543 be considered in a block by voice vote, waiving the reading of the resolutions with the understanding any senator desiring to remove a resolution from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolutions.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the commending resolutions on page 49, SR 525 through SR 543, be considered in the block by voice vote, waiving the reading of the resolutions with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will read the numbers of the resolutions.
Senate Resolutions 525, 526, 527, 529, 531, 538, 539, 542, 543.
The question is, shall the resolutions be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolutions will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions are agreed to. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
No, sir. We still have all those we went by temporarily. Good try.
Mr. President.
Senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
I would now move that we stand in recess until 2:15 p.m.
Thank the senator. Without objection. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance and Appropriations will meet immediately here.
Thank the senator.
In case you missed that, Finance and Appropriations will meet at the chair's desk immediately upon recess.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 2:15 p.m.
you need to meet at your desks because there will be a vote taken on the bill. So senators for finance and appropriations should sit at their desks.
I'd like to call the Committee on Finance and Appropriations to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Saslaw. Senator Norman. Senator Hanger. Senator Lucas.
Here.
Senator Newman. Senator Ruff. Senator Vogel. Senator Barker. Senator Edwards. Senator Locke. Senator Deeds. Senator Deeds. Senator Peterson. Senator Marsden. Senator Marsden. Senator Eben.
Here.
Senator McClellan. Madam Chair Howell.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Today we're going to take up very quickly just one bill that we have in front of us. That's House Bill 5001. This bill was introduced at the request of the governor by Delegate Torian, who is chair of the MEI, and it's part of an incentive that was reviewed and endorsed by the MEI Commission. The bill creates a fund for the incentive for a shipping and logistics headquarters grant program, and those amounts have been funded in the budget. So what we need now is just to pass this bill to put all the pieces in place. So is there a motion? It's been moved and seconded that House Bill 5001 be reported. Are there any comments? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Senator Saslaw. Senator Norman. Senator Hanger. Senator Lucas.
Aye.
Senator Newman. Senator Ruff. Senator Vogel. Senator Barker. Senator Edwards. Senator Deeds. Senator Locke. Senator Peterson. Senator Marsden. Senator Eben.
Aye.
Senator McClellan. Madam Chair Howell.
Aye.
Ayes 15, no 0.
Ayes 15, no 0. The bill is reported. I don't believe we have any more business,
That completes
so
the
the
docket.
committee will rise. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats.
On page 25, Senate Bill 1339.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we concur with the House amendments and speaking to that motion.
Senator's floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill just changes our expungement laws, and I hope the bill will pass. Just kidding. Sorry, Mr. President. This is actually a pretty big bill, and it has a lot of changes in it, and it's not quite the same as when it left the Senate. So I think I need to walk you through a little bit of the important parts. So first of all, the bill, we're basically changing most of our terminology from expungement to sealing, because that's really what we do anyway today. We don't actually destroy records, we seal them. So number one, everything is sealing, sealing, sealing. The two big things are there's going to be an automatic sealing program and there's going to be a petition-based sealing program. So the automatic stuff will be 9 misdemeanors after showing 7 years of good behavior. And the offenses that will be automatically sealed will be alcohol possession, fake ID, marijuana possession, trespassing, and disorderly conduct. And there's also a bunch of different species of trespassing, which is how you get to 9. But basically, those 9 offenses will be automatically sealed if you behave for 7 years. Everything else, except for DUI and domestic violence charges, will be subject to a petition-based sealing program, where you have to go in front of a judge and a Commonwealth attorney, and you have to show you've led a good life and you've changed, and if you were addicted to drugs, you're not addicted anymore. If you're an alcoholic, you've gotten counseling and you're through all that. And the period of time for that will be 7 years for misdemeanors, 10 years for felonies. And if you're convicted of a serious felony, like a class 3 or 4 felony, you have to wait 20 years. And the only charges you can get sealed are class 5 felonies down. So class 5, 6 felonies, class 1 through 4 misdemeanors. And those are the ones you can apply for. You can only do 2 in your lifetime. So only two sealings in your entire lifetime by petition. In addition to that, all traffic offenses will be automatically sealed after an 11-year period of time. And the reason that's important is because they still can show up on background records unless we, the General Assembly, state that they're sealed and no longer part of your history. So that's why that's in there. Mr. President, in addition to that, the bill creates a process by which employers can access sealed records for certain kinds of jobs. So things like law enforcement, child care, things like where a job that requires a national security clearance. And the state police is also authorized to develop regulations to identify specific jobs where an employer can actually ask about those records. So there's going to be some further regulations to come out about all this. And so that's the employer piece, which was something the Senate was very adamant about. In addition to that, the program also creates, the legislation also creates a program by which business screening companies, these are the companies that employers use to screen prospective employees, they have to register with the Virginia State Police. They have to sign a registry. They have to pay, and if they want access to sealing data, they have to pay an annual licensing fee. So they'll be given a list to show which charges have been sealed so that they can keep their databases up to date and won't continue to publish sealed charges. And if they continue to publish sealed charges, then they'll be subject to liability pursuant to this act, although they also, in some ways, already have liability under the Fair Credit Reporting Act. But this sort of creates a process by which these data companies can get access to the sealing data, which they've not been able to get as of today. So it's something in it for everybody in this. But that's roughly what the bill does. It's a major change in Virginia policy, because today we're one of only, I think, 9 states that does not allow anybody to seal a misdemeanor conviction. We're one of only 14 states that does not allow sealing of a felony conviction. But I think the bill will allow a lot of people to get a clean slate, move on with their life. There's a lot of work went into this compromise with the Crime Commission, with the Majority Leader of the House, the Speaker of the House, a lot of advocacy groups, a lot of input from all kinds of people, and I would hope we can pass this Substitute.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1339? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 14.
Ayes 25, noes 14. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
On page 31, House Bill 2075.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mirabile dictu. I now move that this very good bill pass. And speaking to that motion.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2075 renames any section of U.S. Route 1 in Virginia that is designated as Jefferson Davis Highway, changes that name to Emancipation Highway, and this bill has a delayed effective date until January 1, 2022. The delayed enactment clause will allow time for localities with current portions of Route 1 designated as Jefferson Davis Highway that want to rename the road something else other than Emancipation Highway. They'll be given time to adopt a local resolution and have action by the CTB, so a locality will have a choice in the name of Route 1 through its jurisdictions, but if they do not act, it will be changed to Emancipation Highway. Thank you, Mr. And I reiterate my motion that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2075? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2075 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 9.
Ayes 30, noes 9. House Bill 2075 passes.
On page 37, House Bill 2203.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Is there a committee amendment?
Yes.
I move the committee amendment.
And Senator, right before we get there are two committee amendments. The first one's from Agriculture, the second one's from Finance. So we'll need to reject the agricultural amendment in order to get to the one from Finance, if that's what the senator wants to do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me do the following. Got to do a little bit of jujitsu here. I move that with a recommendation that we reject, I move that we accept the committee amendment from Agricultural, Conservation, and Natural Resources.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendment from the Committee of Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee amendment is rejected. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. That gets me to the main event. I move that we adopt the committee amendment from Finance.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there being no further amendments, then I would move that we pass the bill. I believe.
Sorry, Senator.
Floor amendment?
Apparently, there's a floor amendment. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will withdraw the floor amendment.
Without objection, the floor amendment is withdrawn. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe we had this bill on the Senate side. I think it's self-explanatory, the Agricultural Food Assistance Program, AFAB being established, and I know that there's money in the budget for it, so I move that we adopt this very worthy program.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2203? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2203 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. House Bill 2203 passes.
On page 39, House Bill 1890.
I have on page 43, HB 2113.
Okay, I'm sorry, page 43, House Bill 2113.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is now identical to the House amendments to my bill that you just voted on and passed 25 to something about 5 minutes ago. I would hope we could pass this one as well.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2113? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2113 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 14.
Ayes 25, noes 14. House Bill 2113 passes.
On page 46, House Bill 2276.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that we waive reading of the floor amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Mr. President, I would move the floor amendment and speaking to that motion.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, this is the bill we debated, I think, about 3 hours ago, and there was a lot of issues that were raised that we're obviously going to have to continue to talk about. We don't really have time to do that today, given the lateness of the hour, and that we can't. If the bill isn't in conference today, then it's basically dead. And so this amendment, floor amendment, would basically allow the bill to go into conference and potentially continue to be worked on for the next 48 hours, which I think is the best course of action at this point. And so I would ask that we adopt the floor amendment.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis, rise?
Speaking to the motion, Mr. President.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, you know, I support the motion, and speaking in support of the motion, just to get this thing into conference where hopefully it can be corrected. You know, by way of observation, when you look at the title of this bill, you know, when I first looked at the title of this bill, I thought, oh, well, sounds okay. And then you get into the nuts and bolts of it, and you see, as the gentleman from King George and the gentleman from Fairfax City indicated, it is replete with potential for and actual unintended consequences. So what I would suggest going forward, we did some really big stuff last year on guns, most of which, if not all of which, I supported. Well, the big 3 or 4 I supported. And I would just suggest to the folks, primarily it seems in the other chamber, that are going to continue to send these bills over here, that I understand the divide is deep, and I understand your reluctance to do so. I understand that the chasm is deep and wide. But I would suggest, in order to avoid these kinds of circumstances, it might be helpful to talk to people that know something about guns. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendment? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move the bill pass
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill is amended. We already debated it, and I think this is probably just going to conference. So I hope we can get it there.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2276? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2276 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 17.
Ayes 22, no 17. House Bill 2276 passes.
Mr. President.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Having voting on the prevailing side of 2276, could we please reconsider that vote?
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 2276 pass be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 37, no 0, Rule 36-1. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bill having been previously explained, I move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall House Bill 2276 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. House Bill 2276 passes.
Mr. President.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Now to the issue that was distracting me from that vote. Having voted on the prevailing side by which House Bill 2113, and I do not know the page, was on page 43 was passed, could we please reconsider that vote?
Question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 2113 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 36, no 0, Rule 36-1. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill having been previously explained twice today, I would move that we pass the bill again.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall House Bill 2113 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 13.
Ayes 26, noes 13. House Bill 2113 passes. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Inquiry of the clerk, if I may, Mr. President.
Senator's the floor.
Madam Clerk, does that complete the bills that we can act on at this point?
Yes, sir.
Further inquiry of the clerk.
Senator's the floor.
Madam Clerk, have we received any communications from the House of Delegates that they are acting on our legislation?
No, sir. They've recessed till 3:45.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 47A, I move that we adjourn.
Can I make a substitute? Can I make a substitute motion?
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Substitute motion is that we not adjourn, because by doing so, we'll kill all, I'm not concerned about their bills, but it would kill all of our bills as well, plus the budget. So I would hope people would vote for the substitute motion not to adjourn.
Is that a motion? Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, without being disingenuous, it is abundantly clear that there is some legislative adolescence that is taking place in another chamber by insisting that we report and deliver all the House bills before they will communicate any Senate bills to us. And Mr. President, I would just say I may be standing as a lone sentinel, which would not be the first time in my career. That is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. And Mr. President, is the budget bill not in conference inquiry?
The budget bill apparently is in conference.
Then further inquiry, Mr. President.
Senators, the floor.
Because the budget bill is in conference, if we were adjourned today, does that mean that the budget bill would expire?
No.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator.
I'd move the previous question.
The pending question is shall the pending question be ordered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 16, noes 23.
Ayes 16, noes 23. The pending question is not ordered. Senator, is a pending motion to adjourn. Until what time would the senator wish to adjourn, if the motion is successful?
Excuse me, Mr. President, I believe
no, the current. Okay, just to be clear, the current motion is a motion to adjourn. That's not a motion.
Mr. President.
Hold on, okay, if you want to stand up, you can get on the mic and we can talk.
My understanding was after he made his motion, I made a substitute motion.
But that's not a motion.
Mr. President.
Right. You're asking people to vote no, but it's also a non-debatable motion. So we should just be voting on the motion.
Mr. President.
Is anybody else?
Substitute motion.
Mr. President, the motion before you as to whether or not to adjourn it is undebatable, and there has been a previous motion that has been made that has failed. And so, Mr. President, the protocol would not have changed in order to try to get to the motion that my dear friend would like to address.
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry. Mr. Ravel.
Senator can make the inquiry, but I'm about to make a ruling. Go ahead, Senator.
I just wanted to confirm that by my read, there's looks like about 20 bills, Senate bills that are over in the House or whatever that are still awaiting to be put into conference. Am I correct that if we were to adjourn today, that we would not be able to put those bills into conference and they would die under our procedural resolution if we're not back at some point later tonight to insist and all that kind of stuff to put it in conference? Is that right?
That's correct.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Senator, is the floor.
Following up on the senator from Eastern Fairfax question, would that also not mean that the House bills would die?
Correct. They would.
Mr. President, in response to your question, if in fact my motion to adjourn was to be successful, I would suggest that we come back at 10 a.m.
Mr. President.
What purpose Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, the gentleman from James City made a motion. The gentleman from Senior Senator from Fairfax made a motion. We had a motion on the previous question that was voted down. Is that where we land currently?
Just to recap, the motion before the body is a motion to adjourn. The Senior Senator from Fairfax, it was not a motion that's cognizable, so it wasn't a motion. It was a recommendation to vote no on that motion. It's a non-debatable motion. The pending question was moved. It failed, but we are still right now on a motion to adjourn. And absent.
Is there a possibility for a substitute to that motion?
No.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes don't have it, but the chair is uncertain, so we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 17, noes 22.
Ayes 17, noes 22. The motion to adjourn fails.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Mr. President, I move the Senate stand in recess until 4:30.
Any objection? Is there objection? No. For what purpose does the Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a lot of confusion going on, and it's really hard to understand what, some verbiage through these confounded masks. So could you restate whatever the motion was, please?
Yes. The pending motion from the Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, is to have the Senate stand in recess until 4:30, I believe. And if there is no objection, then that's what we're going to do. So without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 4:30 p.m. Order, senators will please take their seats. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would move now that the Senate stand in recess until 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank the senator. Any objection? Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess till 11 a.m. tomorrow. Madam, 11 a.m.? A.m., not p.m., a.m. Madam Clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Tomorrow, Friday, February 26th, the Committee on General Laws and Technology will meet at 9 a.m. in the East Committee Room. The Democratic Caucus will meet 1/2 hour before session in the Democratic Caucus Room, and the Republican Caucus will meet 1/2 hour before session in the Republican Caucus Room.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 11 a.m. tomorrow.